Hello, commentator. You haven't checked the smoke lately. It was bad yesterday. Let me take a quick peek. I'm hoping that we can at least do the North American Nebula and Andromeda. Yeah, we may or may not get anything done. The smoke is bad. Yeah. Let me see if I can post a picture of the smoke. The day started with big hopes. Desktop. There we go with the smoke map. Well, I don't know about clear. For me, we are second level. Let me see what our API is. Well, it says we're good right now. Says we're good. So we'll take it. Hello, Belt Joseph. You want a timer? We'll give you a timer. There we go. For those of you who joined us Wednesday morning for the Falcon 9 crash into the moon, I reviewed the 5,000 frames one by one and could not see evidence of us capturing the crash. However, the good news is the South Korean lunar orbiter had before and after pictures, and to my knowledge, the only ground-based telescope that detected the impact was the one in Chile on top of the mountain, very large telescope, and it only detected it in a non-optical wavelength, detecting some gas emissions that were indicative of the crash. So we had fun, and that's what science is all about. Craig, hi John. The cameras, the one on the right is an ASI662 with a 2.1 millimeter lens, and the one on the left is a DWARF3 telescope. John, this is the first test of a new setup for meteor showers. Sorry, it's not pointing the right way, it's pointing the left way. You probably can see the Starlink dish, our connection to the heavens or to the internet. The Starlink dish is due north. So let me put some coordinates here. That's what we had. That's how the map is oriented for now. The width is about 120 degrees and the height is about 80 degrees. We'll see if that's going to show us meteors tonight. It is supposed to be a crystal clear night, so if you see any clouds on either camera, just ignore them. Hello, cool cat. For some reason, Dwarf is happy. Dwarf has two jobs tonight: the North America Nebula and Andromeda. And then we'll get it out of the way and we'll go full screen with the 662. By around midnight, we should be looking at 30 to 40 meteors per hour. Remember, we are 3 days before peak activity. That's the temperature of the sensor. It's a bit cooler outside, just a bit cooler than 109. So coming this week, on Wednesday noon, we have a partial solar eclipse here. I should be up all the way till the clouds move in. Right now, tentatively, I'd like to go to about midnight. I'm going to take a break from you guys for about an hour, leaving the scopes alone. You're welcome to chat. I have a couple of errands to do before it gets dark. You probably know that every solar eclipse is followed by a lunar eclipse 2 weeks later. So our partial eclipse, we should be able to cover it from about 12 noon till about 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And then 2 weeks later, we have a nice lunar eclipse. I think it's going to be about 90% of the moon will be covered by the sun. But Wednesday, we have also the peak of the Perseids meteor shower. Smoke map. Not too happy. John, I did not check, but it's maybe 10-20%. Nothing to write home about. Let me see. It says 10%. Okay, here they're saying a partial eclipse starts at 12:46 and peak at 1:46, and eclipse ends 2:33. We should be able to get all the way from around 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. That's going to be our target, that 1 hour. Something very strange happens here at 2:10 p.m. Namely, the sun moves from the west side of the house to the east side of the house, and they'll have to move telescopes. How do I get to it? Cool cat lives, 9 lives. Okay, looks like we're able to see planes. Or is this a plane? John, a couple years ago we had a total eclipse in Oswego that was accompanied by clouds and rain. But we were able to capture for ever so short of an interval the diamond ring and the pearl ring and the whole thing in the midst of clouds. We practiced and rehearsed a lot before that total eclipse to see whether DWARF and Seestar will track the sun when it's totally eclipsed, and both of them did. Pleasantly surprised. Hello, Mike. John, let me throw some statistics at you just for the fun of it. First of all, I did go through frame by frame all 5,000 frames from Wednesday morning and did not see any evidence of an impact, at least not on our slides. But the statistics worth sharing is it took us 5 years to reach 5,000 subscribers. We picked up 2,000 subscribers Wednesday morning alone during the 3 hours. So that was a good day, good night. It took us 5 years to reach 1 million views. We picked up 280,000 views in 3 hours. And we used to relish having 100 viewers simultaneously. We hit 22,400 simultaneous viewers. And the part that you were involved with, the chat rate, we got over 22,000 posts to the chat. At one point, we were getting 3 a second sustained. Sorry about your drive. Hi, Jeannie. Jeannie, don't know if you heard the numbers from Wednesday morning, but they were out of the ordinary. 22,400 simultaneous viewers. Thank you, Frigg. Thank you for being one of the new subscribers also. We welcome you to this fun and exciting science world. I spent part of today, I'm still rebuilding the igloo that got decimated by the thunderstorms several weeks ago now. I still don't have it to a place where I'm comfortable putting the radio telescope in it. But we're making progress. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back in an hour or so to start looking at Andromeda and North America Nebula. In the meantime, I'm just going to turn the audio off and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Good morning from the Netherlands. You guys are having a nice total solar eclipse, close enough to total, on Wednesday evening. Okay. Hello, Cesar. Suresh. Jilly. Don't know where Lou Sassel is. I don't know who Lou Sassel is. As you can tell, it's getting dark. Not dark enough yet to do anything useful. Let's see if Bill is awake. Hi, CGD. How is the South doing today? Do you have as much smoke as we do? I'm gonna pull up the Skycam and see what that is showing. Something has to give. The difference between the two cameras, hot, no smoke. Well, we have both, but not as hot as you. Difference between the two cameras right now, both are, well, the Skycam bottom left is pointing straight up. It has a 1.6 millimeter lens, and the other camera top right is an ASI662 with a 2.1 millimeter lens pointing to the northeast, which is where we expect the activity from the Perseids meteor shower. Please notice my Starlink dish. That's how we're communicating with you guys. We're streaming over Starlink. Probably in about 20 minutes we will attempt to calibrate DWARF and then take it from there. As I mentioned on tap for tonight, we're going to do a couple of big targets. The North American Nebula, and then, hi Rodney, and then Andromeda. DWARF3 does justice to Andromeda because it can fit the entire galaxy within its field of view. which Seestar does not. Rodney, you were with us during the chat on Wednesday morning for the crash into the moon. We received, get that number, 22,000 chats were posted or messages posted to the chat in 3 hours. At one point, the peak was 190 per minute. Wrap your head around that for a second. Astroscopic is still promising, astrospheric, excuse me, is still promising us clear skies tonight, so keeping our fingers crossed that they will keep that forecast. Bell Joseph, you're welcome. Glad you were most of them. Yeah, we had to get, we had 4 moderators at the same time trying to answer all the chat messages, but it was not practical. There was a little bit too much excitement going on. At the risk of repeating myself, I analyzed 5,000 frames, one at a time, to see whether I could see any evidence of the Falcon 9 striking the moon. I did not find any. To my knowledge, except for one gentleman who recorded with his cell phone, that's what he said, the only other telescope that captured it from Earth was the very large telescope in Chile on top of the mountain, and it detected it in non-visible wavelengths. It detected some emissions at some radio frequency that suggested that there was an impact. A South Korean lunar orbiter took pictures of before and after and reported 2 craters, not one. The assumption here, or the explanation, is that the rocket was slammed sideways with both ends causing craters. I remember a few years back when we tracked the James Webb Space Telescope for many days on its way to L2, and we were able to see it, and until we were no longer able to see it. For reference sake, the 2 sky cams, and we will probably lose the lower one. The top right has a field of view of about 90 degrees versus 180 degrees for the lower one, which means resolution is a 2-to-1 ratio between them. So don't know which one is going to show us meteors. No, the chat is there. It takes YouTube a couple of days to restore the entire chat. Let me check. It should be there. Doesn't go anywhere. Uh-oh. I failed to update the thumbnail. I know you appreciate precision. That's why. Yes, the chat is there. All 22,000 messages. Give me just 1 second for housekeeping. The meteor shower is going to be about 2 weeks long, but for tonight we'll probably, clouds permitting, will stay till not much after midnight. We'll see. The meteors should start appearing as soon as the sky is dark enough to see them. We are at Bortle 4 here, so we should have reasonably dark skies. They peak between midnight and 2 a.m., but that's when the clouds will peak for us tonight. Wednesday night, Thursday morning, will be the highest number of meteors per hour, reaching 100 to 150 per hour. Tonight we're looking at between 30 and 40 meteors per hour. The bottom right screen is a screen capture of the smoke. We have lots of fires in Canada and the western US, and it's showing that we have lots of smoke over us. Let me see if the cursor is going to appear. Yep, we are right here in this area. Let me see if we can put something there. This little arrow shows where we are. And it's showing that we have smoke over us. I will remove that smoke map momentarily because we need the real estate to cover other useful things. The peak for us is not until Thursday morning, the Wednesday to Thursday night. Zone 0, I do not plan to use the DWARF3 to capture meteors. DWARF3 is to keep us entertained with a couple of good targets tonight because there is no moon. I like to look at the North American nebula and then Andromeda, M31, and C20 and M31. We'll plan to do these before midnight. And then fill up the screen with the ASI662 Skycam with a 2.1 millimeter lens and see whether we can get meteors. This is the first time I use this new setup. So I'm learning with you guys. The bluish sky map, if you want to call it that, is a 1.6 millimeter lens, 180-degree field of view, and it's pointing straight up. On clear nights, we can see the Milky Way on it. The red is fires, yes. Yeah, this is an unfortunate situation. These are all fires. And in the areas of the northwest US right now, the air is not breathable. Earlier today, the air quality index here was high, means bad. It has dropped down to normal now, so we're okay. Welcome back, John. Not much happened in your absence. We're seeing the first star on the cam, which means soon we will switch the dwarf from landscape mode to DSO mode and see what it can find. I want to extend a special welcome to those of you who subscribed 2 days ago or on Wednesday and are back here to watch us. Welcome back. Yeah, we expect activity right around here, the bottom left quadrant of that screen, but I have to find out what is that bright thing that we are seeing in the middle here. So we're going to send our smoke map out of the way. Good night, smoke. Let's see if we can pull up a stellarium map of sorts. Yeah, Bortle 4, we should have good visibility. Yeah, we have multiple stars showing up, so this is looking good. Right now, I have the comet cam, or what did you call it? The meteor cam. We have it on auto. If we need to adjust, we will. All right, let's see what dwarf has changed on us since last time. Deep sky. You're going to hear me repeat that many times tonight. We have a solar eclipse Wednesday noon. Only 10%, but we will be carrying it live with multiple telescopes. We have the peak of the meteor shower actually every night this week when the sky is clear. We will be adjusting the meteor cam and going live with it. And then in 2 weeks we have a lunar eclipse. 90% of the moon will be eclipsed, and we'll carry that live as well. The big bright dot that we're seeing there is probably Altair. It's a magnitude 0.8. Let's see if we can convince dwarf to go to Andromeda. It's the first choice. No, it's still down at 13 degrees. Why not? Let's see if it'll find it. See, North America is my next one. Sky is still too bright. The room is bright. Remember the very first time we had the Seestar here, it tried to plate solve the wall. What? How on earth did it plate solve successfully? All right, we're going to do, this is another misbehavior of dwarf. I only need to tell you that the sky is still bright. We need to refocus it. It was supposed to focus, it did not. Okay, focus. Hello? Come on. Okay, John, help me out here. Why does it not want to focus? We have auto parameters, which we can change in a moment. We want the filter to be duo band. And then we want to focus. I don't want to focus. Is this the best you can do? Okay, that's more like it. All right, let's do it again. Atlas. Well, John, turned out that it doesn't focus when it's on wide. It only focuses on tele, which makes sense because the wide lens does not focus. And don't know why every time it changes from landscape to portrait, I have to relaunch screen copy. There we go. Both Meteor Cam and Skycam are populating happily. Pac-Man French after copy of what do I have? Aha, they moved them down there. Okay. Nope, that's not what I want. Go back. Hello. This is greatly annoying. Okay. Okay, the North American nebula is trying to show, but I need to darken it just a touch. Stand by. There we go. Curves. And that's all I want to do. Thank you. That's all. I cannot say that I have captured a transient lunar phenomenon. So we have some trails already on the camera. Don't know if these are planes, satellites, or meteors. I don't know if we have a Starlink train nearby because these two are moving side by side. I have used Stellar Studio once and I was unimpressed with the complexity of using it. What DWARF3 is doing here, Seestar can only do in a mosaic mode, which takes a lot longer. Okay, we'll try it again tonight. I will try the Stellar Studio, see what it gives us. Glad you like it. So the exposure is up to 10 seconds on the Meteor cam. At 10 o'clock, we will take a look at the settings and try to adjust them. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have just joined us, I have 3 announcements, which the folks who have been on board have heard them already. Last Wednesday morning, we recorded about 5,000 frames on each of the Seestar and the Edge HD 11-inch of the Einstein crater at the time where we thought the Falcon 9 was gonna collide with the moon. I analyzed those frames one by one, looked at them, and did not see any evidence that we captured the collision. The South Korean lunar orbiter took pictures before and after and has evidence of 2 craters. To my knowledge, the only telescope on Earth that detected the collision was the large telescope on the mountain in Chile, and it imaged it at radio frequencies, detected some gas emission from what they thought would have been the collision. So we did not do too poorly in that sense. Having said that, the activity on the channel, on our channel that night, set new records. We had 22,400 simultaneous viewers and over 22,000 messages in the chat, at one point at the rate of 190 a minute, 3 a second. If you're going to go back and see them, you can see the chat. It's posted in its entirety. This week, well, next week, whenever, Wednesday noon, we have a solar eclipse. Partial solar eclipse here. I will try to cover it if the sun permits, if the cloud permit. And that same night, we will have the Perseids meteor shower peaking. Tonight, we are testing a new camera, a meteor cam, to see how well it does. Plus, we have the sky cam, so we're going to look at both of these and see how well they do. Every night this week, if the sky is clear, we will go live to try to look at meteors. And 2 weeks from now, we have a lunar eclipse, 90%, which we plan to cover. We'll be going live with that as well. So join us. Mr. Glenn, glad you are able to see it. Yeah, we should be able to see them with the naked eye, just lying down and looking straight up. Yeah, as long as we are on this side of September, the sun sets earlier in Florida than it does in New York. Unknown user 864, thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming back. We're a bunch of engineers and scientists who enjoy looking up. We do not try to understand why. We just live in the what world. Never want to get into the why world. I defer that to the philosophers and the scientists. I spent a career in engineering focused on the what, never bothered with the why. Hello, Joseph. Dwarf's main job tonight will be the North America Nebula and then the Andromeda Galaxy. These are the two big targets. We may drop quickly to see Comet 10P. But the main show is to test the Comet cam and see if it does the job. Right now the sky is still a little bit too bright, but we're up to 17 seconds, so we may want to limit it. Let's see what that gives us. I lowered both gain and exposure. We'll see what they'll do. That's maybe just a touch too dark. Good luck, John. Thank you, Frigg. I think we are seeing the Milky Way on the comet cam, on the meteor cam. I mean, there is a meteor. Nope, still going. Probably a satellite. Yeah, there is another one top left. I don't know if we are in the midst of a satellite storm, but we'll see. These appear to have been satellites. Yeah, the Milky Way is definitely visible on the meteor cam. It's right here. Joseph, I don't. I'm an engineer. I do not try to explain phenomena. I can make a hypothesis and I can either prove it or disprove it. Done a lot of that over the years. But it's still the what, not the why. If I observe a phenomenon and I want to explain it, yeah, I can set up an experiment, I can make a hypothesis, I can either prove or disprove or neither. But I stay clear of explaining the why of a phenomenon. Right now I'm thrilled how in focus both sky cams are. The stars are very nice, tiny, round. I wanted to be a physicist, but circumstances forced me into electrical engineering. Never regretted it. Tea time. Already had my tea. I'm thinking of coffee now. It's just a meteor that we're seeing on the meteor cam. If it shows up only one frame and then disappears, it's probably a meteor. If it keeps going frame after frame, it's probably a satellite. I'm going to see if Windows allows me to have a big cursor so I can point to things that I see. Let's see if this is awful enough. Uh-oh. This is not nice. Why does it go back? Okay. We have to set it on the other computer. Okay. It allows me to, let me see. There we go. So we got a big red cursor to point to artifacts on the map when they occur. Still want to point you to what appears to be the Milky Way. I wish we could have more contrast here. But there is the Milky Way. Thank you. I'll check my email. We'll be able to try the Stellar Studio momentarily. Peter, these are stunning images. Thank you. How many frames each? Okay, 45 minutes for the North American Nebula, and whoa, good for you, 4.5 hours for Andromeda. Do I have your permission to show them to the folks? The two pictures that you emailed me? Very nice. Okay. Jeannie, coming, Jeannie. Okay, here we go. This is the North American Nebula. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the North American Nebula taken by Peter, 45 minutes plus Stellar Studio. Let me remove the noise from the image. We can take a vote here of people who think it's beautiful versus those who think it's pretty. Very, very nicely done. We will go for 45 minutes on our capture of North America and see if we can come anywhere close to this. Let's see the next image. Nine sessions on Andromeda. This is another stunning image. Thinking this was taken by a tiny telescope with what, 1.5-inch aperture. Just unbelievably amazing. Can we have another wow? Peter, thank you for sharing with us. So we are at 120 frames at 10 seconds. So we are at 20 minutes so far. We're going to let it go 45 minutes and see if we can reproduce the beauty that you got on North American Nebula. John, you missed, did you see the Andromeda picture that Peter took? This, we're putting this back up for the gentleman who's eating a biscotti with his Lady Grey. Cool cat, my very first go-to telescope was a 4-inch Celestron. Okay, don't know what this is. It isn't the right. Okay. Looks like a satellite. Yep. Next question we have for Gemini. So each meteor lasts between 0.1 and 1 second. So if we see it in 2 successive or consecutive frames here, then it's not a meteor but a satellite. That's a rule of thumb. There's one here, There's one here, and these appear to be satellites because they're coming from the outside of the frame and leaving from the other side of the frame. See you soon, Jeannie. John, are you talking about this area? The Cygnus wall? Calling Mr. Pinto. Is this the Cygnus wall? Okay, thank you. Wunderbar. Peter, I am thinking thin. Think thin. Let's see if we can find the web image readily. John, I have news for you. According to AI, here you go. Do you know what to say? They say the famous cosmic cliffs you are likely thinking of is actually the Carina Nebula that James Webb took. The Cygnus Wall is located inside the North American Nebula, we know that. While Webb has not targeted this specific structure, it remains a favorite for ground-based astrophotographers. As we say in French, je ne sais pas. Two satellites are about to collide. Data 1 and Data 1. Are you having mayonnaise with your croissants? Whoa, what was that? The plane, the plane. Where is Bill when we need him? Actually, I had all my schooling in French. And I was taught English by French nuns. Yeah, I did all my math, physics, chemistry in French. And ironically, to this day, I still catch myself counting in French when it comes to counting. Hello, Deep Sky Astro. So it is 10 o'clock. Station identification. You are watching the Pompey Observatory feed. We have DWARF3 imaging the North American Nebula, and a new setup to look for meteors. It's showing us the Milky Way very nicely. That's the one on the top right. It's an ASI662 color camera with a 2.1 millimeter fisheye lens. And the bottom left is my Skycam that's becoming useless because of dew forming on the glass. John, pretty much yes. In my senior year of engineering, I made money translating back and forth. They were building the fifth basin of the Beirut port, and the government insisted that every document had to be in all three languages, French, English, and Arabic. Pete Marwick and Mitchell was building the docks, the fifth basin, and they hired two engineers. I was one of them, two engineering students. And we translated every document back and forth in three languages, made some good money. Learned more about containers than I ever cared to. And then the big explosion a few years back wiped out everything that I worked on building. Timmy Lee, you are welcome. Wingman, this is Pompey, New York. Coordinates 4376. 43 latitude, 76 longitude, west. We are just about 13 miles southeast of Syracuse. Bortle 4. We have multiple telescopes here ranging from a 1-inch dwarf all the way to an 11-inch Celestron Edge HD on an equatorial mount, multiple radio telescopes, and a couple of solar telescopes, which we will be using for the eclipse on Wednesday. John had helped me buy a one-way ticket out of there. The interesting thing is my partner in crime, so to speak, the other engineer that they hired was in civil engineering. He ended up becoming a big shot at the World Bank, got his PhD as well, and worked at the World Bank in the US for many, many years before he retired also. CGD. There you go. However, the camera in its entirety is pointing to the northeast. Hello, New Jersey. Hello, Phantom Drums. Wingman, what is Charlie 6 Victor? Thanks, Lord Stanley. We appreciate it. To my knowledge, we are the only channel on YouTube that streams multiple telescopes at 4K resolution. We perfected the setup to be able to get 4K resolution by having a 4K monitor driven by a computer with a 4K card, and then using OBS Studio to stream at the full 4K. And okay, Wingman. So it's not the plane that you used to fly, because I could not recognize it. Let me see if I can find the radiant. CGD, you're making me work tonight. Good point, John. It doesn't rise till midnightish. Ladies and gentlemen, are you able to see the Milky Way at least? I promise that by 10 o'clock we will adjust the parameters, and we shall do that. The Milky Way is nicely visible, but I have to remind folks that we are dealing with smoke in the area. Okay, we just had a meteor. It was right around here. If you want to slide your replay back by 15-20 seconds, you should be able to see it. This is unlikely to be a meteor because it's entering from the edge of the image. And it's still moving, so it's not a meteor. Right now we're capturing 15-second frames. So anything that appears in 2 consecutive frames is not a meteor. In the meantime, we are at 209 frames of the North American Nebula, and we are going to attempt to use the studio to process it. Good night, wingman. John, as I mentioned earlier, it took 5 years for this channel to reach 1 million views. We got 250,000 views in 3 hours on Wednesday. It got really crazy. Hello, Brones. Where do you see Everett? Oh, hi, Everett. Thank you for joining us. The plan for the night is to test the new setup for the Meteor camera. I'm reasonably happy with it. I don't like the contrast, but I'm accepting the fact that with all the smoke in the air, that we'll take it for now. I'm not going to make any major adjustments to it. And to the left, I want to use the DWARF to capture both the North American Nebula and then the Andromeda Galaxy. I plan to give North America another 20 frames and then see if we can apply Stellar Studio to it to process it. Elon doesn't need to be told to crash more rockets. His whole concept of test, fail early, which has been doing very well. Have not seen, well, I saw only one meteor. so far tonight. The plan is to bring the DWARF3 in right around midnight and then fill up the screen with the Meteor camera and see what we get. I don't know what this red bright thing that just appeared here is. Don't know, still there. So we'll go full-time meteor hunting at midnight. In the meantime, welcome back, Jeannie. I'm sure they will jump. The Perseids 061, they peak on August 12th, but August 12th will be getting close to 100 meteors per hour. Tonight, we should be getting between 30 and 50 meteors per hour. We are in the Eastern Daylight Savings Time, EDT, Eastern Time Zone, just south of Syracuse, New York. Yeah, they will be, I mean, this entire week should be good for the Perseids meteor shower. Hello, Chris. Chris, we are looking at the North American Nebula to the left and the Milky Way to the right, waiting for midnight in the expectation of seeing some meteors from the Perseids meteor shower. Berpo, you're welcome. For those new to the channel, I will share with you just one bit of trivia. It was 1996. The Olympics came to Atlanta, and I was not happy with the lousy coverage of track and field by NBC. So I decided to take matters into my own hands, and by 1997, I streamed live on the internet in TV quality video the first track meet ever in the world. And I've been streaming stuff on the internet ever since. We were streaming live video TV quality 10 years before YouTube came into existence. So this is my world. And when astronomy collided with streaming, it came about because my grandchildren wanted telescopes, and I decided that since they live all over the world, literally, that create a channel so they can watch what I'm doing. And then people like you discovered the channel and decided to join us, and you are most welcome. The only people not watching now are my grandchildren. Peter, I'll be doing it right. I mean, we can do it now, right? Thanks, Everett. Thanks, Chris. Oh, this is an Elon artifact known as a Starlink dish. I tried getting it out of the picture, but then I would get building on the other side. Initially, we called the channel the Rooster Inn Observatory. The story being, my wife, before we were married, she had a cat, a favorite cat that she named Rooster. And Rooster was killed, hit by a car. And when we got married and moved to the country and bought a house, she decided to name it the Rooster Inn. And the house became known as the Rooster Inn. So when I started the observatory, we named it the Rooster Inn Observatory. And then I started being followed and linked to by all sorts of cockfighting outfits in Southeast Asia. And it became necessary to change it from Rooster to Pompey Observatory. There was just a meteor a second ago here. So hence the name change. Thanks, Sarah. Sarah, good. If you go to the channel, you'll see my sermons. I have a dozen of them posted there. Hope you can enjoy them. Thank you for joining us from Queensland. I would think Australia does not have issues with light pollution as much as we do. I am at 250, Peter. Let's see if we can pull it off. We stop. Let's see what the instructions say. Capture complete. Edit image. That's what we want to do, right? Edit. Stellar Studio. Okay, Peter, we got here Stellar Studio, no items available. Yes, John, I do. Okay, it's not happy here. Okay, Stellar Studio. Haha. C20. All right, now it says select the session, choose standard. Standard. And select both star correction and denoise. Why not auto? Okay, star correction and denoise. Doesn't let me do both. Aha. Okay. Click. I don't see it. It was hidden behind that stupid face. For better results, the image will be uploaded, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I moved the AI bot. Thank you. Good night, Phantom Drums. Make sure you join us for the solar eclipse and then the lunar eclipse. And then processing done. Do we download it? All right, this is what we have. Very nice. Let's do the following. So this is our chance to compare my picture to Peter's, and we take a vote. Just kidding. Whatever. Okay. Thanks, Peter. We got, I think we got the gist of it. Thank you very much. Meteor showers peak between midnight and dawn because the radiant is high enough and the sky is dark enough. So we're going to go to Andromeda next. The main reason I took Dwarf off the screen is because the screen gets unhappy with us switching from portrait to landscape and back. Screen copy does not like the switching back and forth. There we go. It's tracking, so we can start capture. Good night, Everett. Chris, I agree with you. Yep. Well, the reason we have a meteor shower is because the Earth is crashing into the remnants of a comet. There we go. There's Andromeda. We're going to go darken it just a touch. There we go. Peter, did you say 4.5 hours? We're not going to do that. I have 10:35. We will be out of Andromeda no later than midnight, so we can switch to Meteors. Full-time attention. Yes, RLF, we found that. I know that. Before the advent of smart telescopes, I used to spend days on end with my Canon camera. I used to use the Canon 5D and capture frame after frame after frame, and then stack them and stack them and stack them. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, we are looking at Andromeda on the left with the DWARF3 and the Milky Way on the right, with the setup being used for the very first time tonight, and that's an ASI662MC, trying to see if it'll help us find meteors. I may have seen a couple so far, but we have seen a lot more satellites. We have 15-second exposure on the ASI, which means any trail that you see in 2 consecutive frames is not a meteor. Chris, both DWARF and Seestar offer satellite trail elimination in processing the images. Hello, Rich. Hey, Toast. Long time no see. Chris, the government created a new agency. This is not a joke, by the way, whose job is to determine how to study the impact of satellite trails on astronomers down on Earth and what we can do about it. In the meantime, Seestar and DWARF and others have just written simple algorithms to detect and delete those satellite trails so they don't appear in the images. Toast, in case you have not heard the statistics from Wednesday, which everybody here has heard about 10 times already tonight, we ended up with setting records on all fronts, all-time high, 22,400 simultaneous viewers, and a total of 250,000 views. It took us 5 years to get 1 million views. We got another 250,000 in just 3 hours. Thanks, Jeannie. We learned from you as well, and we very much enjoyed your pictures and videos. And I have a wall dedicated to you, to the pictures that you have taken. Yeah, I've seen that, Peter. One time on the big telescope, we were using the 16-inch telescope up in Oswego, and we had satellite trails in every single frame. We were stacking them manually. Real Fear Gaming, thank you for joining us. We do want to give Andromeda a chance, but this is what we will be looking at. I shall delete the big E. Andromeda is stacking and not going anywhere. And the trade-off here is given the smoke in the air, we cannot make it much brighter. And if we make it any darker, we lose a lot of the stars and the meteors also. This is a plane, by the way. I want to see if we leave it to its own volition, what automatic exposure settings it will choose. It is pretty much centered, so I don't think it's going to make dramatic changes. We'll see. That's a plane. That's another plane. Wow. That should do for now. Although we're probably better off moving it here. No, not yet. Our moon does not rise till 3 a.m. Let me ask AI again. That's a plane. Peter, 2 a.m. So we're good for now. Real Fear Gaming, you need to select it on YouTube. We're streaming at 4K. Let me see if I can show you. Hello, Lucas. The big video top right is DWARF3, looking at Andromeda. Toast, did you just ask a why? Not sure why it does that. I have no, well, CGT, I've not used dwarf products with Nina. I've used Seestar with Nina, but not dwarf. Don't know if they do. Hi, Rick. Let me answer the question about YouTube Live. We need to shut this up. Yeah, the Milky Way is there. We keep moving this out of the way, but there's the Milky Way for you. I'll put it back up there. Yeah, there's the Milky Way. Okay, for those who are not able to get 4K, click on Settings and select Quality, and then go all the way to the top, which is 2160p, which is 4K, and it'll give you 4K. No, it is Starlink dish. Toast, this is my Starlink dish. It's not a solar panel. Starlink has been a lifesaver for me here. Reception is excellent. Very, very few errors, if any. And there are lots of satellites up there. What, 10,000 of them? And they gave me a deal I could not refuse. $39 a month for 6 months plus free hardware. And they shipped it literally overnight. I had it and it was up and running in no time. The one thing I have not tested yet, they claim that the geofencing for Starlink allows movement by about 10 miles away from home. And I have not tried using it away from home yet. Rick, I am in Pompey, New York. We are 13 miles southeast of Syracuse, New York. Chris, what drew me to astronomy? I built my first telescope at age 15 to look at the co-ed who lived across the street. And for some reason, she always appeared upside down. I mean, when I say across the street, it was several hundred meters away. So when she was out on the balcony, and I built a refractor, and she always appeared upside down. But that was my first telescope that I built. My interest peaked again during the COVID when I needed to communicate with my grandchildren, so I started a channel and I found a way to stream my telescopes onto it so they can see what I'm looking at. And then for some reason you guys started piling up and we find ourselves with a good community. Thank you. Greetings from Newfoundland. Yes, I was watching Upside Down. At the corner of the street, at the street corner, there was an optician, and he did not mind giving me lenses that they had no use for whatever reason. So I got a small lens and a big lens, and I used chips boxes, cardboard boxes for tubes, and it did the job. But I still remember the very first time ever I looked at Saturn through a telescope. That's when I was smitten. There was no going back. And we just kept getting the telescope bigger and bigger. I had a Celestron 4-inch and then went from 4 to 8 and then from 8 to 11. And then spent 2 years in Oswego working on their 16-inch Meade. Good day, Shane. Well, I'm glad you found us, Chris. No, I did not get caught. She was beautiful, by the way, I have to admit. I was, what, 14-ish? She must have been about 16. We never spoke, never met her. Yeah, that is town of Manlius, New York. Light pollution, thank you. Do you know what this is? If it appears in the next frame, it's a satellite. Yep, it's a satellite. Every volunteer fire department out in the country wants to put a big bulletin board or billboard with lights, and they light up the sky like crazy. There's a plane. One of the better investments, one of the best investments I made about 4 years ago now, was to buy a sky shed pod, a dome. So my 11-inch telescope is always outside, sitting in that dome. Water doesn't come in, snow, ice, nothing comes in, and it's always at the right temperature. And I have it always plugged in and turned on. So it takes me, and it's nicely lined up, nicely aligned. It takes literally 2 or 3 minutes to go live with it and be looking at targets. Hello, H-sack girl. We saw a couple of aliens earlier. Actually, they were UFOs, unidentified flying objects. Peter, when I am in the mood, I spend my afternoons watching stars during daytime. When the 11-inch scope is aligned, I can hop from star to star. Anything with magnitude brighter than 2, I can see it during daytime. Plus, there is one star with magnitude -26 that we can see during daytime. Saturn, Mars, and Jupiter are always fun watching during daytime. HSEC girl, what part of the country are you from? What part of the world? Zip code or time zone? Thank you for joining us. Hello, Gary J. from Florida. Chris, we on Tuesday we looked at Saturn and got some very, very nice images. The beauty of stacking, taking we took what 3,000 frames of Saturn and high speed and stacked them, and we got some very nice images afterwards. I've gotten some good ones from Jupiter, Mars. Mars is not very nice these days. It's too far from us. But we can get some good images with the 16-inch telescope, with the 11-inch telescope. Good morning, Olta Dunya. Thank you for subscribing. By the way, to all newcomers, this is a typo-free zone. You can misspell anything, you can mistype anything, and we are good with it. And as a reminder, you're not allowed to ask any question that starts with the word why, because we are engineers, not scientists. We don't care why, we just focus on the what. Jeannie, how is mom doing? Why not is in the same category as why. Wish you the best, Jeannie. Donating critters to the station. Jeannie, don't know if you saw my short video of Mama Fox with the with the litter of 8. I happened to be in the neighborhood, and there she was with the litter running around. They were living under a garage. That was pretty interesting. Chris, this is pollution coming from the town of Manlius, just north of us. Oh, we understand, Bummer here. John and Jeannie, I have work for you. I'm gonna go make me a cup of coffee. You have been designated as moderators. I'm back. There was a gentleman who commented that I should mute my mic when I drink or eat, so I shall endeavor to do that. Hello, Cindy. No, the stars are not moving. The Earth is moving. You're welcome, Chris. Jim, yeah, this is the view from one camera with a 2.1 millimeter lens. Let me see what the exposures are now. Yep, 30-second exposures. Boy, this coffee tastes good. Hello, Cindy. Voice is Dr. J. In the meantime, we have 169 frames stacked of Andromeda. We're going to keep stacking them. If the clouds hold out of the way, I plan to be here for another couple hours. I'm anxious to see some meteors to see whether we can detect them with this camera. We should be good. Toast, we had not done much imaging in the east. That's why you did not notice it. Sorry, north, not east. It's in the north. My east is good. There's nothing to image to the north. All of our activity is to the south and to the east. Okay, Peter, we will, now that I know how to use it, I will be using it, the Stellar Studio. No, Jim, the camera in the description is my Skycam, which is pointing straight up. This one is a ZWO ASI662 MC. I am pulling up the camera that is linked. This is the camera that's linked in the description below. That one is always out day and night, lower resolution, and it has its own glass dome on top of it, which on a night like tonight accumulates lots of moisture and becomes, as you can tell, unusable. On dry nights, it does an excellent job in showing the entire sky. That's a plane. Yeah, this one is a ZWO 662 camera. Maison 32. Or is it Mason 32? Jim, the Skycam, I got a 30-foot flagpole, put it on top of it, and I just wanted to test it, and this was 2 years ago. I still have not brought it down. I am surprised, amazed that the glass dome that I got from Amazon also has done so well for so long. It may need cleaning by now, which I may have to do. Lower it, clean it, and put it back up. This setup that you're looking at now, I'm using it for the very first time tonight. I put it together today, found a spot where it's away from the house, the trees, and it gives me about a 90-degree field of view vertically and just over 120 horizontally. So it's not the entire sky. And that's why I'm anxious to see if we see any meteors tonight. Can we see Polaris? If I can find Ursa Major, then we can definitely find Polaris. Okay. Jim, the 662 is very easy to set up. Just plugged it in the computer and it downloaded the ASI software and ran it, and we're up and running. The fisheye lens comes with it. Toast, no, they're going to be very short. They are between 0.1 second and 1 second. We'll see. Yeah, I tried. The house does not give me that luxury. May I suggest you rotate your phone or your computer by 90 degrees? Okay, so we were looking to see if we can find Polaris on that screen. The airport is north of us, and pretty much any flight going down to Atlanta or Charlotte or New York City or Washington is gonna fly over our house. We haven't had too many tonight. Ursa Major right now is very low on the northwest. So Ursa Major should be somewhere here. Which I cannot readily see. So in a lot of luck, this may actually be Polaris. I think this is Vega. And shooting straight out of Vega. John, this may be Polaris. Thanks, Jim. So you're thinking, John, you're thinking this might be Polaris? I know that my Starlink dish is due north of the camera. So every 30 seconds, we look and see what has changed. Okay, Perseids has risen. So the radiant is somewhere around here. Clouds are moving in on us. Yes, CGD. According to my map, it is somewhere around here. As we look at the weather forecast, Tuesday night should be clear. And the best part is that Wednesday noon till 2 is very clear. So the 10% solar eclipse, fingers crossed we will see it. Because Perseids is obviously at the end of the Milky Way. Jeannie, you found actual emoji for an eclipse. Is this a meteor? Nope, it's continuing, so that's satellite. Bella! Shh. There's another one. Yep, that was definitely a meteor. The natives are restless. Hello, Ayaz Khan. Bella was a rescue who spent the first 6 months of her life on the streets in Brooklyn, in New York City. She's what's known as a Malinois X. She's a mixed breed Belgian Malinois and German Shepherd. And we are taking anger management classes. If she hears coyotes outside, she goes berserk. Meteor pods. That's a big meteor. She's not a Dutch shepherd, no. She's a Belgian Malinois and German shepherd. I don't know if Dutch is halfway between Germany and Belgium. In that case, it would count. Want to see what Andromeda is looking like? John, I'm afraid you may be right. I want to hang in there as long as we're seeing stars. It's not tomorrow yet. So, Peter, are you going to try to watch the total solar eclipse, or is it 90% from the Netherlands? It'll be just around sunset time. There's another plane. A long time ago, I used to add coffee to my cream and sugar. And one day I happened to be at the concierge lounge at the Marriott in Crystal City, Washington, D.C. And I was talking and forgot the order in which I pour cream, sugar, and then coffee. I poured coffee, and then as I sipped it without any cream or sugar, that thing tasted good. And I drank the cup, and for the rest of my stay, I drank black coffee at the Marriott Crystal City. And I started doing my research and discovered that there are only 2 Marriotts in the entire country that serve that kind of coffee, and that they got it from Costa Rica in pillowcases as they call them. They came pre-roasted, but they ground them at the Marriott and served them. Further research narrowed down which roastery they came from, and I discovered two other common brands that come from the same place, and that's what I drink now. Illy is one of them, E-L-L-Y or E-L-Y. And I got hooked on Costa Rican coffee ever since then. Saved a lot of money on sugar and cream because I don't add my coffee to them anymore. I really enjoy a cup of black Costa Rican coffee. In the Netherlands, I believe it's going to be 90%ish. For us, only 10%. Since the dwarf seems to be behaving, I may use it for the eclipse, although Seestar will be a better choice. We'll see. Yeah, Bella does not need coffee to stay awake. Yeah, when the time comes to call it a night, we will process Andromeda to see what it looks like before we close the session. Peter, you need a place that's high and looking west. That's right, John. You have to work to pay for my retirement, for my Social Security. Hello, Uptown. Well, rumor has it that we're getting about a 3% pay raise this year. We'll see. Well, they're saying it could be as high as 3.5%. That will definitely pay for the Seestar 80, S80 or S70 if it comes out. What brings you to our neighborhood uptown? We have Andromeda being captured on Dwarf, and we're looking for Meteors with mixed success so far. No, I do not. I've visited national parks. I've run marathons in most of the national parks. Well, in quite a few of them. No, I am gainfully retired. John is paying for my retirement. Yeah, it will be a short eclipse for you guys. But if you get in a car now and start driving west, the farther west you go, the more you will see. I guess people who are going to be lining up the beach will have the best view as it dips into the water. Well, John, it's not going to be too long before we have one worker per retiree. And then we'll get to know our worker personally very well. There's another plane. What are we now, down to 3 workers per retiree or something like that? Witness protection. As I ran marathons, I made a point to identify national parks that had marathons in them. I ran one in Gettysburg, I ran one in Chickamauga, I ran one in Crater Lake Rim in Oregon. And I may have to go to my list to remember the others that were at national parks. The one beauty of running a marathon in a national park is they limit the total field to 500 runners. That's national park policy. You cannot have a road race with more than 500 runners, which makes it very nice. John, if Elon has his way, nobody has to work. Robots will do all the work and we do all the eating. It's already tomorrow. Well, happy Monday, everyone. Good night, John. Well, a non-user, that's the argument they use to prove that the Earth is flat. Because 80% of the Earth is water, oceans, and they are not carbonated, they are flat. So the Earth is 80% flat. Jeannie, you hanging with me for a little bit longer? Thanks, weed tree god. For those who joined us recently or subscribed recently, we try to go live with an assortment of telescopes ranging from radio telescopes, optical telescopes, solar telescopes, whenever the weather permits. I'm retired after working 20 years in academia and 20 years in the government. So I have time on my hands. Well, I have dogs on my hands, but that's another story. Let me take Andromeda out of the way so you can look better at the map. There you go. We're dealing with a triple whammy right now. We have smoke in the air, a lot of it from all the fires in the west. We have clouds and we have light pollution. We don't normally worry about light pollution because I don't do any imaging to the north. One time we looked at the Dark Shark Nebula, and that was an 8-hour stack in equatorial mode for Seestar and DWARF. It came out nice. But that takes a special night where we don't have too much moisture in the air, because that's what's causing the light pollution. Lots of lights and high moisture. Hello, Daniel McCraig. Thank you for joining us. This view is from upstate New York, just south of Syracuse. It's the Pompey Observatory. Good night, cool cats. Yeah, see you Wednesday. Yeah, Daniel, I plan to hang in here for a couple more hours to see if we get any of the Perseids meteors. The only thing that might spoil it for us is if the clouds wipe out all the stars, then we'll call it a morning early. We're refreshing every 30 seconds. When we take a look at the picture every 30 seconds to see if there is any meteor in it. We have seen half a dozen at least so far. And that is not a meteor, that's a plane. top left corner of the frame of the image, you will see the exposure. It's counting down. And when it hits 0, it updates. And that's the time to look at the screen and see if there is any meteor. Seems to be clear. The sky seems to be clearing up. Fingers crossed. Jeannie, if it appears 2 frames in a row, it's definitely not a meteor, because meteors last under a second, so they are unlikely to cross across 2 frames, 2 30-second frames. The meteor shower peaks Thursday morning. I wonder where Zena and Bill are today. Just as a reminder, we're covering the solar eclipse on Wednesday from about 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. That's the hour where the excitement is going to be. And every night this week, when the sky is clear, we will try to look for meteors. These are the two. The camera is sideways, yes. That's the only way I could fit it relative to the building. If you pay close attention, you will see house on the right side, house on the top, and house on the left. And my only advice is to turn your computer upside down or sideways or rotate it by 90 degrees and everything will be fine. If I try to rotate the camera, and I tried as I was setting up this morning, we lose about half of it due to buildings or due to house. The other problem with the USB 3 high-speed cameras is connectivity. I struggled with cable length until I got it to remain connected this way. So right now the computer is sitting out on the balcony next to the camera with the shortest possible cable I could get, and I am connecting to it remotely using remote desktop and rendering the screen here. Big cloud moving in. So Andromeda has been swallowed by the cloud. Might as well process Andromeda. Yep, it's dropping packets. Okay, we're gonna long stop. Witness protection, you are correct. We were looking at the Milky Way earlier. If you have time, you may want to look at reruns of the videos that we took of the Milky Way using a radio telescope. I have 3 radio telescopes, and we had some fun during winter imaging the entirety of the Milky Way. It took 18 hours looking at the hydrogen line, and it was really mega fun. Okay, it's uploading it. Okay, processing done. So this is Andromeda. Uh-oh. Not as impressive as Peters's 4.5 hours. Yeah, it is a fun week. We have quite a bit going on. Ron, yes, it is Pompey and Upstate New York. Have you been here? Do you know it? They have, Peter. Hello, Tassie man from Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems it is time for us. That's a plane. It's time to call it a day. We'll definitely be back Wednesday for the solar eclipse. There is a good chance that we'll be back Tuesday night. Right now the forecast is promising for Tuesday night. Monday night is not looking good. So I shall wish you all a good night.